In Garland ISD, we want to ensure all graduates have the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed for whatever path they choose, college, career, or military. Working closely with our parents and business community, we understand Garland, Rowlett, and Sac require a well-educated workforce with career skills to attract new jobs and businesses. To meet these expectations, a Citizen Bond Steering Committee was established to review and prioritize district needs. The committee's focus was comprehensive, addressing safety and security, student needs, aging facilities, academic programs, and extracurricular activities. The Citizen Bond Steering Committee was made up of more than 80 parents, teachers, students, community members, and business and civic leaders from across Garland, Rowlett, and Sac. Over the course of multiple meetings, the committee toured existing In Garland ISD, we want to ensure all graduates have the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed for whatever path they choose, college, career, or military. Working closely with our parents and business community, we understand Garland, Rowlett, and Sac require a well-educated workforce with career skills to attract new jobs and businesses. To meet these expectations, a Citizen Bond Steering Committee was established to review and prioritize district needs. The committee's focus was comprehensive, addressing safety and security, student needs, aging facilities, academic programs, and extracurricular activities. The Citizen Bond Steering Committee was made up of more than 80 parents, teachers, students, community members, and business and civic leaders from across Garland, Rowlett, and Sac. Over the course of multiple meetings, the committee toured existing schools and reviewed campus security, financial data, current academic and fine arts needs, and sought community input. The committee then developed a bond proposal for consideration by the Board of Trustees. On February 14th, the Board of Trustees voted unanimously to place a $1.279 billion bond proposal on the May 6 ballot that will enhance student safety, modernize aging facilities, and provide additional educational opportunities at all GISD facilities. That's every campus, every student. The proposal consists of 3 propositions. Proposition A is primarily focused on modernizing our aging facilities, some over 85 years old. If approved by voters, the proposition would allocate $1.103 billion for safety and security upgrades, including forced entry resistance film at campus main entrances, safety perimeter fencing, and the removal of all portables at elementary schools. For energy-efficient replacement elementary campuses, renovations and improvements to all existing schools, high-priority capital improvements such as 2 ADA-accessible playgrounds with canopies at every elementary school, a new Memorial Pathway Academy Student Services Center, fine arts and athletic improvements, refreshed high school auditoriums, new athletic field houses for each high school, new turf baseball and softball fields for each high school, middle school boys and girls locker room renovations, a new transportation center, HVAC and roofing, a new network operations center, and a new agricultural sciences facility. Proposition A would also expand the Gilbert Reed Career and Technical Center to allow for more instructional space for college preparation and provide career-ready, real-world job skills upon graduation. Proposition B provides $135.9 million for multi-program activity centers at all high school campuses. These centers will be utilized by marching bands, drill teams, cheerleaders, special education students, athletic teams, and many others during periods of rain, snow, extreme heat, or cold. Garland ISD is one of the few remaining districts in North Texas that does not have these facilities to protect their students during inclement weather. Proposition C designates $40.6 million for a one-to-one student and staff device refresh to provide all our students and teachers with the tools needed to better prepare students for the future. Passage of all three propositions would result in an estimated 0.0661 cent increase to the property tax rate for Garland ISD homeowners and businesses. It's important to note that if voters approve all three propositions, our property tax rate will remain more than 22 cents lower than it was 5 years ago. That's one of the largest tax rate reductions in North Texas. As always, homeowners 65 and older who have filed their homestead exemption will not see an increase in their school property taxes. At GISD, we are committed to the taxpayers we serve. We've been awarded a superior rating through the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. The 2023 Garland ISD bond proposal, developed by citizens from across our entire community to focus on student and teacher safety, modernize aging facilities, build new campuses, expand our job skill training programs, and upgrade classroom technology for modern learning. Early voting runs from April 24th through May 2nd. Election Day is Saturday, May 6th. Garland ISD is committed to transparency. Should you have any questions or would like more information, visit garlandisd.net/bond2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to welcome you to the Garland ISD 79th Livestock Show and Sale. All right, tonight we're going to start off with our Pledge of Allegiance. Matthew Throchet is going to do our pledges for us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank you, young man. All right, our prayer will be brought to us by Cassie McEntee.
Will everyone please bow your head and join me in a prayer? Dear Lord, thank you for this day and for giving us all the opportunity to be here, surrounded by so many people we love, in an industry that points back to you. Please help all of our exhibitors calm their nerves and do their best as they enter the ring tonight. God, I pray that tonight you give us all the respect and humbleness to honor you most of all. I pray that everyone has a safe travel home. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
All right, now Matthew Connors will do our national anthem. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Great job. Great job, Matt. Great job, kiddos. Matt also won the district contest for singing, and he's fixing to go to the area competition and represent. So, all right, I got Brandy Schneider here. She's filling in for Coleman tonight, so she's gonna say a little something to us.
Good evening. My name is Brandy Schneider. I'm the principal of the Gilbert Reed Career and Technical Center, and we are very excited that you guys are here to join us tonight. We want to thank all of you for coming out tonight. We especially want to thank our ag teachers for doing such a great job in preparing these students, and our students for working as hard as they have all year long. And now this is the culmination of all that hard work. So good job, students. We want to give a special thank you. I saw Miss Daphne Stanley, one of our school board members out here. Thank you, Miss Stanley, for stopping by. And parents, thank you for all the support that you have given all of our students this year in preparing for this event. If you are just a spectator tonight, we hope you enjoy the show.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Judging our show tonight will be Miss Alyssa Vaughn. Here she is, right here. She's a former ag teacher, but now she runs a kid ministry for a church. But she's here to judge our show tonight. We sure appreciate that. All right, so we're going to start off with our Class 1, our breeding guilt show. We got Madeline Levis, Reagan Sanders. I want to thank the local 100 plumbers and pipe. I'll get this right before it's all said. Local 100 plumbers and pipe fitters union for sponsoring our banners. I want to thank all our other sponsors, and we'll be naming them throughout the night. Got Pryor's Barbecue set up over there. They got brisket nachos, brisket street tacos, pulled pork sandwiches, cheese nachos, and sausage on a stick. They'll be here tonight, tomorrow night, and Saturday. So make sure you go check them out if you get hungry. This will be our only class of breeding gilts. So this will be your grand and reserve also.
All right. First of all, thanks y'all for having me. I'll just introduce myself real quickly. I grew up on a pig farm in central Indiana. I then went to a junior college and judged livestock on a competitive team in Black Hawk East in Illinois. And then I transferred to Texas Tech, so that's how I got to Texas and judged on the livestock judging team there as well. I taught 3 years in Brownfield, Texas, just southeast of Lubbock, or southwest of Lubbock. And then I moved here and taught 1 year at Royce City across the bridge, and then I had kids. I decided that I wanted to see them every once in a while, so I stepped down from teaching, and I now run kids ministry for my church, but still get to be involved in the livestock industry. So I'm really glad to be here. We got 2 really good quality gilts to come here. I could definitely sort gilts like this all day. Both are extremely high quality. They're stout, they're durable in their build, and they're bold and broody in their look. Definitely could be gone to the crate and have longevity in production herd there. I think there's some minor differences between the two, and I think that's what sorts it for me. The young lady with the thin belted gilt here is going to be my champion for today. I think compared to the other, she's just a little bit more of everything. She's a little stouter in her build, she's a little bolder in her center body, and I think when you get her out on the move, she just puts it together in a little smoother, prettier package. She's a little more feminine in her front end. She's a little straighter in her lines, and one that I just like from a design standpoint. Now, if I had to change her, I'd like to loosen her off those rear 2 a bit. She gets a bit tight in that hock, maybe lengthen her out of that hip a little bit, but still a really good functional gilt. Nothing to take away from the reserve here. She's got some advantages to my winner. She's really bold and stout in her feature in terms of her head and her bone. I really like that about her. She's the longer bodied one who is more extended than this one here. I think where that falls to her detriment is though she just gets a little bit piecey on the move. She wants to break in that ham-loin junction just ever so slightly and behind that shoulder when you get her out and moving. And while she's got more flex out of those 2 rear legs and like the first 2, I think she just uses them a little more uncoordinated and like to see her go a little smoother there. But when she gets her out and moving and gets her on the profile, she's got a good look about her. She's just not quite as much in terms of stoutness and power. I'd like to see her piece together a little bit better on the profile. But again, 2 really high quality gilts. These girls have done a tremendous job with. Congratulations.
All right. First place going to Madeline Levis. Second place going to Reagan Sanders. And Madeline will be your grand champion, and Reagan will be your reserve champion breeding gilt. All right, that's going to bring us up to our market show. First class is going to be Connor Bailey, Jacob Ridley, Reagan Sanders, Yasmin Terrazas, Hannah Turner, Moses Mondragon, and Bella Alvarado. All market hog exhibitors need to be in your pig pens, waiting to go in. We don't need to be looking for you. You need to be in your pig pen.
right, good class of market hogs here to start with. Definitely a few things to sort through in terms of this class. We had 7 here, and some of those down below I explained to the kids as they walked out why they were placed as they were. Some that just needed to have more total muscle mass, some that needed to be pulled apart wider in their base. We had a few structure issues that I just need to see them moving a little bit sounder, build a little bit better in their angles. But my top 2 out here, this young man's Vera, gonna be second. He does have an abscess there on his lower flank, and that kind of deteriorates from his look on the side, but from that, he's still, when I get in behind him, is maybe the widest base, the most pulled apart pig of the bunch. When I get up on top of him, he's got a ton of muscle down his top and down through his ham, and maybe the heaviest muscle of the class. But comparatively, I just need to see him a little softer and bolder in that center body, a little more productive in his look. And then he too gets a little tight off both ends of his skeleton. Like to see him go a little bit softer off his back hock for me today. And that's why this young lady's bear is gonna win my class. One, initially when I got in behind him, he wasn't my favorite. He wants to taper out through that ham. Like to see him a little fuller at the top of that hip down to that ham in terms of a marketability there. But when you get out and he gets out and drives, he's the one who just puts it together the best in my mind. This is more of what a productive market hog bear should look like. He's bold and pliable through his center body. He's got enough shape down his top, and comparative when you set him down to the ground in the base, while he's not as stout boned as some of the others, he too still has enough base width and mass over for me, and in terms of total product, he's got more than enough, and so he's gonna win this class in my mind.
All right, in your class number 1 market hogs, first place goes to Reagan Sanders. Second place goes to Moses Mondragon. And I probably said that wrong, but I'm sorry. All right, Connor Bailey's third place. Fourth place is Bella Alvarado. Fifth place is Yasmin Terrazas. Sixth place will be Hannah Turner. And seventh place goes to Jacob Ridley. Class number 2 will be coming in the ring as soon as we get the first place pin. Class number 2 will be Emma Capalis. Told you I'd forget. Paige Johnson and Harrison Sanders. I want to take a moment to thank our Livestock Committee of Garland volunteers that are here working in the show ring. Thank alumni for the kids coming back to help out.
straightforward class here to sort. I think they fall into place pretty handily in my mind. We're going to start with the young man's Berg bear here for first. I think he's just a combo bear in this class. He's the one that puts power, stoutness, and durability and just structure and design together. I think if I had to fault him, he maybe is getting a little too high in that body condition in terms of just fat. I think we want to pull him back in terms of that and keep him a little bit leaner in my mind. He too wants to maybe get a little sore on that right rear hock. I don't know if it's been an injury or if it's something that's developing as he gets bigger, but I'd like to see him a little softer and a little more comfortable on that right rear leg. But I think all in all, he's still the most complete in terms of power, muscle. He's got rib design, and he's the one in the class that sorts the top very handily for me. Second place, young ladies, bear the white bear that was out here. He's maybe better in terms of stoutness of bone and just structure and durability. He's pulled apart wide at the ground. He's got a lot of muscle up high, but when I look at him from the profile, he's just too tight and pulled up in that rib and flank. Just need to see him with a little bit more feel, softer look. And then the young lady that rounded out the class, a bear that had a really good design from the side, and he was really sound off both ends of his skeleton, but I think in my mind he just didn't have enough when I got in behind him. He was too narrow and needed to have more muscle to place higher in this class today.
All right, class number 2, first place going to Harrison Sanders. Second place going to Paige Johnson. Third place going to Emma Scapalis. I probably said that wrong, and I'm sorry. That'll bring us up to class number 3. Josie Gower, Victor Pecan, Denise Taylor, Hector T. Hector T, I can handle that. Hector Bartes. There you go. Hey. They give me this microphone to announce the shows, but if you really want to see how good I am, come back Saturday when I'm auctioneering, and I can count real good and real fast on the microphone. That's what I do. I can't read names very good.
put your hands together. A tougher class here to sort. There's a lot of give and take. That's why we're here. A really good class to sort, just a lot of differences, a lot of give and take, a lot of ways you could go on either pair. So I apologize for taking some time, but these kids did a tremendous job and continue driving those hogs. I think the one that I ended up starting with here, he's not perfect, I'll give you that. He's a little too heavy in his condition, getting a little too fat for me in terms of a market standpoint. I like to see him cleaned up under that belly and that jowl. I like to see him go a little more comfortable off those rear two, but I think comparatively he still puts the most positives together in one package for me. I think he's one of the stoutest bone. He's one of the most productive in terms of his center body. He's the heaviest muscle down his top and through his hip, and I think for me he's just the most complete. Young ladies, gilt that was in second. A good type of a gilt just in terms of productivity of her center body. She's got enough power and enough width. I think she just gets a little plainer in her design. She's one that gets a little steeper in her hip, like to pull her up there and lengthen her out. And she too doesn't move quite as good off both ends of her skeleton, or she'd have been first today. And then the young ladies, third place, Duroc Barra. Probably the heaviest muscled one in the class just in terms of raw power and design. I think today though, he just gets a little too harsh and dry in his rib. One that I just like to see on feed for a bit longer, get him a little bit more condition on him, and he probably would have moved up for me today. And then the young man rounds out the class. Tremendous job driving that pig, and definitely could go all day. Had a really good look from the side, really nice balance, good on the move. There just wasn't enough of him. He's pulled apart his base. Need to see more muscle and power on him all the way through for him to move up in this class today.
All right, in your class number 3, your first place goes to Victor Pecan. Second place goes to Josie Gar. Third place goes to Denise Taylor. Fourth place goes to Hector T. I forgot how I said it earlier. Turbriartes. All right, class number 4 is coming in the ring. We got Victor Pecan, Maddie Levis, Cassie McGinty. No, I'm just playing. I messed up on everybody else's, so I got to mess up on Cassie's. All right, Madison Coon.
try to fight it out for first place, but I think this class still fell together pretty handily in my mind. I think initially this was the one that caught my eye and was going to be the winner of this class. She's just really complete. You get her out here, and she's really sound. From the ground up, I really like her. She's probably one of the soundest ones I've seen out here today. Just in terms of how she's built, she's really square and level in her design. With that, I get in behind her. I'm still not disappointed in terms of how much product she has up high. She carries it down her ham and still handles it really good off both ends of her skeleton. And not a whole lot of things to pick apart on that one. Really good profile from the side. This gilt's really unique. A lot of pieces I like about her, but definitely some things I changed. From the profile, I love how long-bodied she is. She's really tall-fronted and feminine through her head and neck. Get in behind her. She may be one of the heaviest muscled one in the class, just in terms of how much product she carries down her top and down through her ham. I unfortunately just wish she could handle it better off these rear two legs, and that's why she's second in my mind. She's just not built as sound as the one ahead of her, one that I'd like to reconstruct those back two legs. She's really ouchy and sore every time she steps on those, and as she goes, she's just kind of getting tighter on that rear end for me. And another one that I'd like to just fill out in terms of her center body, give her a little bit more boldness in that rib and a little bit more depth in that flank to kind of even her out in terms of the profile from the rear view, but still a really good gilt. It's got a lot of unique pieces. Then as we finish off of our class, the bottom two just didn't have enough to keep up with those top two in terms of total product and design. The young man's bear, real good design, real good structure, just need to see more to him. Young lady's bear on the ends, the Burke bear at fourth place, same thing, just need to see him with a little bit more power and product. Need to see him a little bit leaner in his design and just more muscle overall to move him up in the class.
All right, class number 4 on your market hogs goes, first place goes to Maddie Levis. Second place goes to Cassie McEntee. Third place goes to Victor Picone. And fourth place goes to Madison Coon. All right, class number 5 will be coming in the ring next. We'll have Raul Sandoval, Daphne Slitters, and Diego Torres. Following this class, we'll bring all our first places back in to judge for grand and reserve. Then we will have our hog showmanship. Then we'll follow that up with, I think we're going into rabbits after that. And then we will have our laying hens and broilers after the rabbits.
All right, go ahead and give a round for this class here. I got 3 pigs here that are an awful lot alike just in terms of their type and kind, so it makes it a little more difficult to sort. But I think the young man gilt still sorts to the top for me. I think she puts the most positives together in one package for me. She's not perfect. I'd like to pull her back in that shoulder and see her go a little bit smoother up there. But I think overall, when I study her off both ends of her skeleton, she's the most pulled apart at the surface. She's the widest base. She's got the most true muscle up top and shape in terms of definition. She's still good in her rib. And just a good practical type of a market hog that wins this class for me. Young lady's doing a tremendous job driving this bear here, and I give her props on skin and hair here. I think one that it has enough product and shape, I think, compared to the one above her, though. He just gets a little more nondescript in his shape up top. I like to see him a little more bolder at the point of his shoulder, carry a little bit more back, and then he gets a little flat through the sides of his ham. One that I'd like to come in behind and just pull him apart a little bit more in his base as well, and then he can move up for me in the class today, but just a little too plain in terms of his muscle design. And then the one that rounds out the class, another, big scaled, long body type of a pig that matches the description of these two. He just narrows up more underneath and has a little less muscle all the way through down over his shoulder and down through his ham compared to the two, and that's why he fell third today.
All right, in class number 5, placings are Raul Sandoval, first place. Second place, Daphne Schlitter. Third place, Diego Torres. All right, class 1, first place. We're coming in the ring. Will be Reagan Sanders. Class 2, first place will be Harrison Sanders. Your first place out of class 3 will be Victor Picone. Your first place out of class 4 will be Maddie Levis. And then first place out of class 5 is Raul Sandoval. So they'll be in the ring right now judging for Grand Champion Market Hog. Following this, we will be having our hog showmanship. Following hog showmanship for the kiddos, we'll do our super senior hog showmanship. So any alumni, any parents, anybody guest, anybody that wants to show a pig, now's your chance to do it. Don't forget about Pryor's Barbecue over there. Got lots of goodies. You get hungry? Want to go back to our breeding swine show. Our buckles. Our champion buckle is sponsored by the Spies family. And the reserve champion breeding swine buckle was sponsored by Rowlett Glory Automotive. Our Grand Champion Market Swine Buckle will be sponsored in memory of Andy Wisdom. And the reserve is Spire Construction.
right, go ahead and put your hands together for these kids out here. I think anybody that knows anything about this industry or has any kids or grandkids or anything that's in this world here, how much time and commitment it takes to get here, even how much time and commitment it takes even if you don't get into this part of the drive. So I wanted to give these kids an opportunity to drive because they deserved it to be here. You don't always get to be in a grand drive, so soak it in when you do. Work hard, and whether you think you got a shot to win it or not, act like you do. That's what my advice for you is if you make it in a grand drive. So I think with that said, I'm happy with the quality that I have here. I think they all fit my type and kind in terms of structurally sound, well put together pigs. It starts from the ground up. Those aren't things you can fix with a feed bucket. They've got to be born that way. And I think all of them handle that pretty fairly well, even though there's some minor changes I'd like to make in some of these. I think again, it's just in terms of production, market hogs, they've all got enough in terms of their base width and design. They've all got enough muscle on top of that. A little tweaks that I'd like to see here in terms of condition and just dimension of that muscle. But I think with that said, there's still one in my mind that handily wins this drive for me in terms of just the most complete in this class, one that puts together all the pieces of structure, balance, design, one that gets out here and just has a real good showy look and still really stout, powerful, and heavy muscled. And that's going to be the Young Ladies Yorkshire Gilt.
All right, your grand champion will go to Maddie Levis, grand champion market hog. So we'll bring back our second place from that class, which is Cassie McEntee.
We bring out that second place here in that class, and again, a gilt that I really like for a lot of pieces. She's long-bodied, she's level designed, she's got a lot of product. She's one that's pulled apart but wide at her base, and I like for that. I think today, unfortunately, she's just not sound enough for me. I want to use her, but she's getting really sore on both ends of her skeleton, one that I just like to reconfigure in terms of her design and how she's built from the ground up. Again, like I talked earlier, that's really important in my mind and how we build these pigs from the ground up, and they've got to last. But again, girl's doing a tremendous job of showing her. She's handling her well. I can tell she's been cared for well and drove well, and one that I like for a lot of pieces. With that said, it comes down to a couple here in my mind, and it's going to be between these two Burks here. And if I had to speculate, I'd say that they're litter mates based off their ear notches, and possibly that these two might be siblings. I heard a little bit of rivalry there.
And not that any of you care, but a funny story that I'm actually a triplet, and I grew up showing competitively pigs since I was 2. Beginner showmanship, we all went out in the same class, and my parents said no matter who wins, you shake their hand. Luckily enough, that year I won. My brother came to shake my hand, and he also jabbed me in the ribs while he was doing it. So as these two were bickering a little bit, and I realized the correlation, it just made me chuckle a little bit. And unfortunately, it's going to come down to these two here for my reserve, and I think they're almost identical in terms of how they are. There's very minute differences. I think you could flip a coin and go either way on these two for reserve. I think one's a little better in terms of its structure. I think it moves a little bit softer off its rear two. I think one's a little bit tighter. I think the one that moves a little bit tighter here is just a little bit more stout, more powerful, maybe a little bit bolder in that rib and a little bit deeper in that flank. So again, I think there's a lot of give and take. I think both bears are really good for what they need to be. Again, both of them I'd like to change here and there for different pieces. But for me, I think the one that's going to edge forward to me today to be reserved is going to be the young lady's Barra.
All right, so our market hog grand drive placings grand goes to Maddie Levis, and then our reserve champion market hog will be Reagan Sanders. And as I said before, our champion market swine buckle was sponsored in memory of Andy Wisdom. And our reserve swine was sponsored by Spire Construction, the buckle's worth. All right, we're gonna get stuff reset. And then it'll be time for pig showmanship. All the buckles for that are sponsored by the Optimist Club of Garland. Both buckles, the champion, showman, and the reserve. We thank the Optimist Club. They sponsor all the showmanship buckles every year. All our banners were sponsored by the local 100 Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union. All right, so to give a better look, we're going to do 4 different waves of showmanship on this. She'll pick one out of each, maybe 1 or 2 out of each class, and we'll pin them and then eventually get them all together and pick your grand and reserve showman.
We got a first good heat here at showmanship. What I'm going to do is pick 1 or 2 in each class that I think are deserving to come back for a final round. I got 2 young ladies out here, young lady in the pink sweater and the young lady in the blue shirt that are going to be coming back for next round. Those of you that didn't make it, just think about for the next time, the most important thing is that you keep the pig between me and the judge. Every time I look at that pig, I should see the pig and not you. So make sure that you're on the opposite side of the judge. Also, this is a big ring, so use your space. You don't want to be right on top of me, but you don't want to be a mile away from me. The best view here is about 10 to 15 feet from me. Keep that pig moving the best you can. Eye contact is good. Show me different views. I don't just need to see them going back and forth. Bring them to me, walk them away from me. Just a few basic things to think about as you continue to work with projects in the near future.
So out of our first heat, the 2 that we're going to keep in the ring is going to be Daphne Schlitters. Is that right? And Cassie McEntee. All right, our show schedule, like I said, last night we did our breeding sheep and goat, or we did goats and sheep. All right, last night we did our breeding sheep, market sheep, and our breeding goats and market goats. Tonight we're doing our hogs and the poultry and our breeding rabbits and friars. Tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, we'll have our cattle, our dairy heifer showman, our dairy heifer show, our beef heifer show, and our steer show, and our ag mechanics projects. Saturday morning will be our skillathon. Buyer's breakfast at 9 a.m. Parade of Champions at 10, which is the buckle presentation. And then at 11 a.m. we'll start the auction. And then between 6 and 9, Saturday evening, we'll have a barn dance here under the tent.
All right, I'll be pulling one back in this class, the young lady here in the black blazer for the heat. Again, I'm going to run through these heats pretty quickly because I've seen all these kids showing already. It's always a good reminder that showmanship isn't just in showmanship class, that you're in showmanship the whole show. So I've seen all these kids show several times, and you should be showing to the best of your ability at each time you show. So again, I'm going to roll through these pretty quickly and then spend a little bit more time on my final few.
All right, out of that heat number 2, returning back in the final deal for showmanship will be Paige Johnson.
I'm gonna have two come back from this heat. We got the young lady in the white vest and the young man in the peach-colored shirt here. Again, just a few things. Obviously, we do showmanship at the end of the day. These pigs are tired. They're smart. They know where the exit and entrance gates are. So your goal, you've got a big ring here to take advantage of. Keep them away from those gates. Keep them away from the side gates. If you don't let them get close to that, then they're less likely to start kind of giving you trouble and wanting to go in that direction. Again, I'm also not having really anyone help man gates here because I think at this level you should have enough control over your pig that you should be able to move them through a crowd easily and handily. Those of you listening in the back and those of you that are helping with projects, a good goal in mind when you're driving those pigs at home is, and it seems extreme, but get those pigs to be able to drive for an hour straight without fussing, without being tired. Seems a lot, I know, but if you're gonna go and show in your class, you're gonna turn back around and go into grand drive and you're gonna win it, and then you're gonna come around and go in showmanship and win it, that pig's gonna drive for an hour total, if not more, without fussing and giving you grief. And so that's the biggest thing. A lot of people can lose a show just because their pig is done, they're tired, and you're not able to drive them anymore. So just a few things to think about when you're home and you're working those animals, but give you an advantage when you get here in the ring.
All right, out of that heat, coming back is going to be Reagan Sanders and Harrison Sanders.
All right, just to clarify, we only got 2 left in this last heat, so we're gonna go ahead and roll everybody out and do our final drive now. right, y'all put these your hands together for these kids out here. They've been working really hard. I apologize for taking a little more time out here, but I think this is really important. This is the most important part of the show. To me, showmanship really shows the kids' true ability. Lots of things can happen. Purchase hogs, they can fall apart. They can just not be that good from the start. They can get sick. They can get crippled, and there's just a lot of things that can keep you out of the show. But when it comes to showmanship, that's you. That's your work ethic. It shows me what you've been doing in the pens at home. And like I said, through the heats, I've said a few things and tips and reminders here, but the biggest thing is spend time with your pig. Get that endurance. Get them driving. The more they trust you, the more they anticipate your next movements, the way you act. If a pig gets worked up, you calm down. As if you get worked up too, they're just going to get worked up more. And again, it takes some time if you're going to be driving out here for a while in these final drives. They've got to have the endurance, and I give these kids props. These pigs are getting tired, but they're handling it well, a few more than others, and there's other factors that play in there as well. Those that came back, I just asked a couple basic questions. I always like to take the time and talk to the kid just to know their backstory and how much they know about their projects. I just asked very simple questions about what they were getting to eat, and explained to me why they were eating that. Diet for a show pig is a big deal, and kids should know what they're feeding their pigs and why. Whether parents helping them and ag teachers helping them, it's still at this age should be their responsibility to know what's happening and why. And then I asked them just what they liked and what they would change about their pigs phenotypically and what I'm judging. Again, if they listened, well, I was talking in class that they got a few things just from my standpoint, but I like to hear it from them too, because if you know the good things about your pig, you're going to be able to show it off. If you know the flaws of your pig, you're going to be able to hide those a little bit better, and that's a big part of showmanship as well. With that said, I won't take any more time out here. Again, thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure. I can tell these kids have been working really hard with their projects. I've got a couple, 2 or 3 that stand out for me. And I think there's a few that pigs are getting tired. We've got some gilts that are in heat, and that's part of showing gilts, and it's unfortunate as well. But I think there's a couple in here that surface for me just being the most comfortable and calm and collected. They've stayed where they need to be in the ring. When their pigs have gotten tired or out of control, they've handled it well. They show me several views of the pig, not just back and forth. They stay between me and the pig. They have good eye contact. They were knowledgeable in their questions. And for me, today, I think it's close between a couple in terms of champion and reserve. And I think there's one that's just handled a hog that's maybe tired and sore, and I can tell that pig has been worked with well, because it's still driving with it being sore, and that's going to be the young lady. The pink sweater is going to be champion for me today. With that said, I've got another one in here that rises pretty easily for me. I think there's 2 or 3 here that are tremendous showmen, and that have enough aggression and still laid back and comfortable, can handle hogs all day, just been smooth and correct and in the right place, got me the right views, and that's going to be the young lady in the blue blazers being on reserve.
All right, your grand champion your grand champion hog showman is going to Cassie McEntee. Your reserve champion will be going to Maddie Levis. All right, now it is time for the Super Senior Show Pig Show. Now's your chance to get in the ring and show you a pig. Alumni, whatever you want, you got to pick out a pig back there. I suggest not getting the ones that just left the ring because they're tired. But that's your choice. If you're a good showman, it doesn't matter. Matt, you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what kind of pig. You ought to be able to pick any pig back there and go with it.
In Garland ISD, we want to ensure all graduates have the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed for whatever path they choose: college, career, or military. Working closely with our parents and business community, we understand Garland, Rowlett, and Saxe require a well-educated workforce with career skills to attract new jobs and businesses. To meet these expectations, a Citizen Bond Steering Committee was established to review and prioritize district needs. The committee's focus was comprehensive, addressing safety and security, student needs, aging facilities, academic programs, and extracurricular activities. The Citizen Bond Steering Committee was made up of more than 80 parents, teachers, students, community members, and business and civic leaders from across Garland, Rowlett, and Saxe. Over the course of multiple meetings, the committee toured existing schools and reviewed campus security, financial data, current academic and fine arts needs, and sought community input. The committee then developed a bond proposal for consideration by the Board of Trustees. On February 14th, the Board of Trustees voted unanimously to place a $1.279 billion bond proposal on the May 6th ballot that will enhance student safety, modernize aging facilities, and provide additional educational opportunities at all GISD facilities. That's every campus, every student. The proposal consists of 3 propositions. Proposition A is primarily focused on modernizing our aging facilities, some over 85 years old. If approved by voters, the proposition would allocate $1.103 billion for safety and security upgrades, including forced entry resistance film at campus main entrances,
You're missing missing a phone. It's up here at the announcer stand.
Baby, come on. This is my whole second time showing it to you.
this all day. This is pretty fun. I may just move over here so that I can do this and relive my glory days. It makes me want to show a pig real bad, but definitely the first time I've had music playing while there's a show going on, so I appreciate that. Several good showmen in here. Definitely can tell that some of you have had some experience in the past. These pigs are tired and done, for sure, so I don't want to push them too hard. But I think there's a few that surface for me in terms of just keeping your pig going smooth, using the open areas in the ring. Ultimately, it comes down to who I see the most and who I see the best views of the most. And with that said, I think in my mind there's one that kind of, oh, thank you, that, you get a buckle, man. There's one to me that kind of rises in my mind that kind of puts that all together. I saw this person the most. I saw really good views of this pig. Just smooth, calm, cool, and collected with enough aggressiveness to keep the pig going. And that's going to be the young lady in the white shirt here in front of me.
Rainey Sesco will be your super senior. Hey, pig! Petunia. She don't even know what another pig is. She's been in the barn with sheep. Hey, don't leave yet. We got still to present the Gritty Award. Taylor's in the deal with the Gritty Award. Taylor, it's all you. Go ahead.
All right, so the Gritty Award is an award for an individual who maybe was doing everything they were supposed to do but didn't quite make the cut to be our grand champion senior showman. Tonight I'm going to give this award to an individual who had a super tired hog out here in the ring but was still giving it everything that they had. This individual is dedicated to our program and definitely does everything in the world for each one of the students here at GISD. And tonight, this award is going to go to Mr. Matt Miller.
Hey, Taylor, will you tell this lady in the green shirt to get out of the ring? We're not trenching for water ditches here. Coleman, where's Becky at? She didn't want to do the pig? Becky, what? Oh, Coleman was sore after the sheep show. Hey, I think I'll pull a cow out of the pasture and bring for him to show in the showmanship tomorrow night. I told you not to pick that one and bring it back out here. It was already tired. I want to thank Miss Alyssa Vaughn for coming and judging our show. Give her a round of applause real quick, folks. All right, we're gonna get set up for rabbit time. Maddie Levis will be your supreme premier exhibitor. And then Reagan Sanders will be your reserve premier exhibitor.
In Garland ISD, we want to ensure all graduates have the knowledge, skills, and abilities needed for whatever path they choose, college, career, or military. Working closely with our parents and business community, we understand Garland, Rowlett, and Saxe require a well-educated workforce with career skills to attract new jobs and businesses. To meet these expectations, a Citizen Bond Steering Committee was established to review and prioritize district needs. The committee's focus was comprehensive, addressing safety and security, student needs, aging facilities, academic programs, and extracurricular activities. The Citizen Bond Steering Committee was made up of more than 80 parents, teachers, students, community members, and business and civic leaders from across Garland, Rowlett, and Saxe. Over the course of multiple meetings, the committee toured existing schools and reviewed campus security, financial data, current academic and fine arts needs, and sought community input. The committee then developed a bond proposal for consideration by the Board of Trustees. On February 14th, the Board of Trustees voted unanimously to place a $1.279 billion bond proposal on the May 6th ballot that will enhance student safety, modernize aging facilities, and provide additional educational opportunities at all GISD facilities. That's every campus, every student. The proposal consists of 3 propositions. Proposition A is primarily focused on modernizing our aging facilities, some over 85 years old. If approved by voters, the proposition would allocate $1.103 billion for safety and security upgrades, including forced entry resistance film at campus main entrances, safety perimeter fencing, and the removal of all portables at elementary schools. For energy-efficient replacement elementary campuses, renovations and improvements to all existing schools, high-priority capital improvements such as 2 ADA-accessible playgrounds with canopies at every elementary school, a new Memorial Pathway Academy Student Services Center, fine arts and athletic improvements, refreshed high school auditoriums, new athletic field houses for each high school, new turf baseball and softball fields for each high school, middle school boys and girls locker room renovations, a new transportation center, HVAC and roofing, a new network operations center, and a new agricultural sciences facility. Proposition A would also expand the Gilbert Reed Career and Technical Center to allow for more instructional space for college preparation and provide career-ready, real-world job skills upon graduation. Proposition B provides $135.9 million for multi-program activity centers at all high school campuses. These centers will be utilized by marching bands, drill teams, cheerleaders, special education students, athletic teams, and many others during periods of rain, snow, extreme heat, or cold. Garland ISD is one of the few remaining districts in North Texas that does not have these facilities to protect their students during inclement weather. Proposition C designates $40.6 million for a one-to-one student and staff device refresh to provide all our students and teachers with the tools needed to better prepare students for the future. Passage of all 3 propositions would result in an estimated 0.0661 cent increase to the property tax rate for Garland ISD homeowners and businesses. It's important to note that if voters approve all 3 propositions, our property tax rate will remain more than 22 cents lower than it was 5 years ago. That's one of the largest tax rate reductions in North Texas. As always, homeowners 65 and older who have filed their homestead exemption will not see an increase in their school property taxes. At GISD, we are committed to the taxpayers we serve. We've been awarded a superior rating through the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. The 2023 Garland ISD bond proposal, developed by citizens from across our entire community to focus on student and teacher safety, modernize aging facilities, build new campuses, expand our job skill training programs, and upgrade classroom technology for modern learning. Early voting runs from April 24th through May 2nd. Election Day is Saturday, May 6th. Garland ISD is committed to transparency. Should you have any questions or would like more information, visit garlandisd.net/bond2023.
I may stop at certain points to point things out to the exhibitors. And after the show's over, if anybody wants to ask me a specific question about their rabbits or their breeding program, I'd be more than happy to help you out. So we're going to do the fancy rabbits first, and then we'll do the meat tin rabbits, and then I'll explain the purpose of that when we get to it. Thank you. Also with rabbits, there's over 50 approved breeds of rabbits, and all those 50 breeds are in this book. We call this our Bible. It's called the American Rabbit Breeders Book of Standards, and it's important if you're going to raise rabbits to know what's expected of that rabbit. And the judge has to know all 50 breeds. So sometimes if you see a judge referring to a book, it's not they don't know what they're doing. There's just so many rabbits and so many different things that they need to look for. Some rabbits have 4 or 5 things that the judge is looking for. Some rabbits literally have like 20 things that the judge has to look for. So that's what this is. Also for showmanship, most of your judges are going to ask questions from this. If your kid's never seen this, they're not going to be able to answer the question. So I would advise that the ag teachers buy it, or if you're into it, like a lot of people, parents buy it. It's $25 through the American Rabbit Breeders Association. Lots of helpful information. There are 2 different types of what we're judging is commercial. That was the first 2 rabbits. They're considered a commercial breed. And that's what you breed for like meat pins and meat. Like if they were going to process it for whole foods, then they're a meat rabbit. They're a commercial rabbit. The next set of rabbits are coming up are what we call fancy rabbits or show rabbits.
yesterday in our commercial division. The awards go to Bailey Brown on that.
Check their private area to make sure that they're in the right class and that there's no disease. I feel for condition. I'm feeling the flesh on the rabbit. If it hadn't had enough food or it hadn't had enough water, and I can feel the backbone, it's just not getting enough. And so that's what I'm looking for. And then depending on any breed up here, there's certain things that I'm looking for, like color intensity, belly undercolor. They're all different, so each rabbit has its own thing. When I'm kind of playing with the head between the ears, that's called a crown. I want to make sure that that crown is full from ear to ear, and then their head carriage. So that's what a rabbit judge is doing. They're looking at all these little parts, okay?
All right, in your fancy division, your senior bucks, first place goes to Isabella McWilliams. Second place goes to Emily Harris. Third place goes to Gabe Swallow. Now they'll be judging for our senior, our class 2 is our senior does. Emily Harris, Daphne Schlitter, Gabriella Bailey Brown. Folks, just for some information, you know, all these kids are not all high school kids. A lot of them are junior kids. They're in their junior FFA programs. they're Garland GISD kids, but they're so qualifications for junior FFA is 3rd grade and 8 years old. Got it. All right, first place going to Daphne Slittler. Second place goes to Bailey Brown. Third place goes to Emily Harris. Fourth place goes to Emily Harris. That'll be your Class 2, your senior does. Now we will be in the junior bucks. Emily Harris. Okay, Andrew Fagreas. Bailey Brown. All right, in that class, first place goes to Bailey Brown. Second place goes to Emily Harris. Andrew Vergreas is your fourth place.
Okay, on the junior doe class, Bailey Brown will be first. Andrew Vergreas will be second. Okay, in the fancy division, the grand champion will be Isabella McWilliams. The reserve champion will be Bailey Brown. Okay, what we're going to do next is what's called a meat pen project. And in a meat pen project, you are being judged on meat, how that rabbit would be if it was dressed out to be ready to go to be processed. Okay, the three things that the judge is looking for, they're looking for rabbits that look the same. When I say look the same, they need to be of all the same variety of commercial rabbit. You can't have a blue New Zealand, a black New Zealand, and a red New Zealand. They either all have to be black, all have to be red, all have to be Californians. Today what we have up here are Californians. But there are other breeds like Palomino, Satins, Cream d'Ardents. But your most common are your Cal and your New Zealands. The next thing they look for is weight. You need to be weighing these rabbits daily. Because when I sell a meat pen, we usually tell the parents or the ag teacher, we're not trying to sell you more rabbits, but this is how this project typically goes. We tell you to buy between 4 and 6 per pen. Because rabbits are little, they're kind of like pigs, they'll stress and lay over and die. If you only buy 3 and 1 dies, you don't have 3 for the project. So you at least need 4. You go 5, you're hedging your bet a little bit. You go 6, you're really hedging your bet. It's like children in your family. You'll have one child that's 6'2", and you'll have one child that's 4'8", and they're both from the same parent. That can happen. Or they will lay over and die. So that's why we try to get kids and ag teachers to buy between 4 and 6. If you get more than 6, at the end, you're going to second guess yourself to death. Oh man, should it be this one? And then you go to the show and you don't finish first. I knew we should have picked that one, Dad. It's all your fault. So we want to try to eliminate that, so we tell parents to buy between 4 and 6. The next thing we're looking for is uniformity. If you've got one rabbit that weighs 5 pounds, one that weighs 3 pounds, and one that weighs 4, they don't match up that well. And again, what you're looking for is somebody that can feed multiple rabbits and keep them at the same weight. Everybody thinks rabbits, oh, that's stupid, that's easy. All you do is throw pellets and water at it. It's not, I mean, people do some crazy things, like big people, they want to hit them with Baleen and try to blow them up and all kinds of crazy things. But anyway, that's what that judge is looking for, those 3 things. Look the same, weigh the same, and feel the same. And when I say feel the same, we want a nice, firm, meaty condition. It's kind of like that old Pilgrim's chicken commercial. Nobody wants a fat yellow chicken, and nobody wants a fat, soggy, soft rabbit. You want a nice, firm rabbit. So that's what that judge is looking for when they do this. They do look for the other things, like I just checked on the fancy. You've got your right toenails, the right toenail color, the right eye color. There's no disease and that sort of thing. But mainly what they're checking for is uniformity and the way that they feed.
Okay, this for our show, we've got Matthew Crochet and Bailey Brown.
Okay, normally it kind of threw me off a little bit, because normally, and I'm going to, whoever's in charge of the money, you need to invest in these rabbit kids. There's some rabbits set up in nature. There's only one that there's like 150 rabbits, as tall as I am. Well, then it's bad, you're dying on the table this rough. Or your little short judge, sometimes you have to make them in the cage so they're taller. But normally the 3 rabbits are in the same skin when the judge come up here, and they pull them out. So when I turned around and I saw all these kids, I was like, okay, what are we doing? Maybe this is a single prior show. But this is a mixed-in show, so it's 3 and 3. These 3, you can't compete against this set of 3. Some counties, there's like 250 kids. So it gets crazy. This one's going to be fairly easy because there's only 2 kids. This sort of situation, it's a little different because there's only 2. You can see how well that they sit there. stay together?
Yeah.
Midpoint. You want to see a nice ride. And then you want to put it in the noise at the bottom of the high point and roll to the bottom. We call it rolling to the tail. All right, each one of these pins are nice. I will say this, neither set is totally uniform. There's a little bit of this and that. There's one set that's just got a little more depth than the other one. But in that case, you're going to get a little thing. So that, if you're looking at what the project is, it's a need. So we're not throwing a third wood play into it. We're not going to play with the young man. We're going to get out this.
Okay, and the grand champion for the Friar Show, Matthew Trochet is the grand champion. Bailey Brown will be the reserve champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a minute. Our ag teachers, we're at Garland. You got Glenn Sesko and Larry Kennedy. South Garland, we got Julia Brown as an ag teacher there. Rowlett has Erica Brown and Felix Gooding. And then over at Saxe, we have Nicole Harper Hohenberger and Justin Brown. And then at Lakeview, we got Yvette Ingram. And at Naaman Forest, we have Tim Kloss and Karen Ford. Okay, so tonight we still got to do our chickens here in a little bit. And when we finish them up Friday night, we're going to be doing our dairy heifers, our beef heifers, steers, and then cattle showmanship. And the ag mechanics will be tomorrow night. And Saturday we'll have a skillathon at 8 a.m. It's the start time. 9 a.m. on Saturday will be the buyer's breakfast, and we'll present our buckles and a parade of champions at 10 a.m. and then at 11 a.m. we'll start the auction where we sell the market animals. Folks, these animals are raised for one intent when it's a market animal, and that's for the meat. So now's a good chance to talk to your neighbors and stuff, or friends or family, and go in together if one animal's too much meat for you, and y'all can split it up. There is a page in the brochure back there that kind of tells you about, talks about stock your freezers. It gives you some information. I mean, heck, you go to the store and you pay $7 a pound for hamburger meat. And you won't, if you did do a steer, I guarantee you, in all your cuts of meat, you won't have $7 a pound. It'll be a lot cheaper than that. So you can split that cost up, though, between neighbors. Do quarters on the cattle. You can do a quarter or half or whatever if you have all of you to go in together on it. But there'll be lots of animals here for purchase at the auction.
got two geniuses tonight. I'm having to come up with secret questions. This close when both of them know all the answers and I have to kind of get really deep questions. So this is real tough. The first general sets of questions, I asked about 6 or 7 and they demonstrated what the judge would do to look at their rabbits and judge their rabbits, and they each were spot on. I asked them questions about the book, they were spot on. I asked the trick question. Let's see how smart y'all are. They didn't get this one, so I had to come up with another one. But what farm animal has the same digestive tract as a rabbit? You be quiet. You be quiet. Anybody got an idea? Yes, sir. A horse. A horse is the correct answer. And the reason I use that trick answer is because my oldest daughter and this other young man, the judge asked him 30 questions and he couldn't stump either one of them. And finally, that was the one that my daughter got beat on, and so it's always kind of stuck with our family to ask that question. But I went to a second set of questions, and today your showmanship winner is going to be this young lady right here. She knew the answer. What is the act of a doe giving birth? Starts with a K. It's called kindling. And I said, what do you call baby rabbits? There's a technical term for them. Anybody know? Kids. Little baby rabbits are kids. And the young lady on the end knew both of them. So congratulations. The other young lady has nothing to be ashamed of. She was perfect. Thank you.
All right, so your grand champion, Rabbit Showman, goes to Bailey Brown. Your reserve champion goes to Isabella McWilliams. All right, so what are we doing next? We're fixing to get ready to judge some chickens, aren't we? So we got our laying hen show. Okay, Bailey Brown will be your supreme rabbit exhibitor for the premium exhibitor, and Isabella will be your reserve premier exhibitor. All right, judging our chicken show tonight will be ag teacher from, you say Anna? Anna? Joe Molina. Thank him for coming out today. So we're going to start off with our laying hens. Laying hens. Our exhibitors are Cassie McEntee. Is it Wilson Wynn? Bailey Brown. Laura Johnson. Matthew Troche. Where's Cassie at? Ooh, petrified Cassie. She's got a chicken. Goes to the outside. Tuck its head under your armpit. Poor chicken. Golly, that one got his feathers in there. He might be fixing to shoot an egg out. Chicken's trying to stick its head in your pocket. Lauren, all the blood's rushing to that chicken's head. You got it hanging upside down. Harrison, what are you doing? Yeah, Cassie got the wrong one. Look out, Bailey. That thing might poop an egg at you. Candace, don't you hurt my little red now. Candace, let me see what you're chicken. You got little red? No! Oh, you're such a whiner. Watch out, Rainy. All right, so your first place laying hen goes to, no, it's Wilson Wynn. And then second place goes to Bailey Brown. Third place goes to Matthew Trochet. I screw this up every year. Trochet. All right, and then fourth goes to Laura Johnson. And fifth goes to Laura Johnson. Sixth goes to Cassie McIntyre. All right, that's good enough. All right, now we're going to bring our broiler show in. We got Cerro Leos, Daphne Slitter, and Kaylee Goforth, James Swallow, Jacqueline Minoz.
Okay, I'm a man of a few words, so when it's late, so we'll talk about this just real quick. First things first, like I've never been to this Garland show. I've known y'all's ag teachers for a long time. They do a heck of a job, and it's a lot of dang work. And looking at it, it is way more awesome than I even do. So make sure today, tomorrow, throughout the week, make sure to thank your ag teachers and y'all supporters group. This thing is super, super awesome, super, super cool. And I would love to come back another time and just watch it. This is super cool. Y'all are doing for kids. With the laying show, we did that thing. Basically, we're looking for uniformity of what the breed standard is, what the breed's supposed to look like, plumage, what it's supposed to look like, its feathers, and all that stuff. They're already gone, so it's kind of hard for me to explain you that. But I can't talk about these broilers. Basically, on these broilers, we're looking for meat. At the supermarket, you have those breast meats sitting there. Bigger the breast meat on the chicken, more uniformity, the better. Okay. We're looking for 3 big chickens. Okay, that are all about the same. Okay, our first group, we're gonna have first place over here. They have 2 gigantic chickens and 1 that's not quite as big, but still 3 really, really big chickens. And then the rest of these, what we're kind of missing is we've got sorted in order, so there's a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. And some things that we're missing just off of that first place one is we're just kind of all over the map as far as size goes. We've got some good sized chickens, but then we've got some small chickens with it. That uniformity goes for the big things and just how much meat you can bring. Great job today. I know this chicken thing's a lot of work. It's a ton of work, and it's my favorite thing that we do. So y'all did a fantastic job. I appreciate y'all having me, and y'all go get some rest. I know you've got another day forward.
All right, now it's chicken showmanship time. If you want to do chicken showmanship, then get in the ring. All right, on the broiler show, first place goes to Gabe Swallow. 2nd place goes to Daphne Slitter. I think it's right, Slitter, yeah. And then 3rd place goes to Lucero Leos. 4th place goes to Kaylee Goforth. And 5th place goes to Jacqueline Manuzzo.
made it tough on me for the showmanship deal for sure. You can tell these kids work with their animals. They can articulate very, very well what they did, how they did it. Especially the two on the end. The two on the end that were showing broilers, they knew for dang sure what they've been doing from the start to the finish. Temperatures all the way up and down, and what type of feed they're doing. You can tell that those kids have been in there on it every single day, and you can tell how they finish in the show as well. But I've got to separate those two. I think they did a fantastic job. But I'm going to have my young lady here. She is going to be first, and my young man is going to be second. Fantastic job.
All right, your first place showman, your grand champion chicken showman is going to Daphne Slitter. And your reserve goes to Gabe Swallow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give our judge a round of applause again for coming out, waiting all night to do this. Joe Molan, thank you, sir. All right, that concludes tonight's activities. We'll see y'all tomorrow night at 6 o'clock for the cattle show and the ag mechanics show. Y'all have a good night. Be safe.